Yeah. So if you are joining me this morning, you can just tap and you're welcome to today's let me go and do for today. Yeah, is here. So you can join me. Let me just edit this to see. Yeah, edit. So if you're there, you can tap. You're welcome to today's study workspace and come with your 3 priority tasks. So that is how we start today. Let me just edit the instruction under this live and make sure, yeah, I'm doing the right public, yeah, and select, yeah, that study workspace done, not for children, yeah. And this one, I think it should be anyone that is reading from secondary or college, let's just say college, and those in the university, so they can join the researchers, the writers. If you're a writer, you're a researcher, please join me in this space and let's just work on our projects, let's work on our topics, let's work on our papers, let's work on our academic reports. So if you are joining me to get the best out of today's section, I want you to come with your 3 priority tasks and let's work on it and see how far we go with it. So remember, in this space we always working 50-10, that's the Pomodoro section. 50 minutes of 50 minutes of focus time and 10 minutes of mindful break. So you should always be available in your work and always be present in your rest. Is very important. So in this space we learn how to work in balance, learn how to work in reading with our body. So you learn what works for you as you are joining me. So you know, for me, I'm working 50-10. Sometimes I used to work 60-10, but the highest I have done is 3 hours to 30 minutes of break. So you should find out what works for you. Some people will do 25-5, some people will do 35, some will do 50-10, some will do 60-10. So it depends on what works. But if you are joining here, so just know that yes, I'll be reminding you when to go on a break. So during the work time, you focus because your mind works better in sprints, in short sprints, not just long sprint, because long sprints will lead to stress, is going to lead to exhaustion, and exhaustion is not what you need to be productive. When it comes to productivity, working till you are exhausted will put you in a recovery mood, and that is not the best place to be. Prevention is better than cure. So you don't allow yourself to get to that extent that you are on recovery mode, that you want to recover, you are trying to get your strength back. No, the best time to rest any day, anytime, is still when you are not exhausted. So endeavor to rest, schedule your rest, and today we've scheduled our rest. Our break time will be coming every 50 minutes on top of the hour. That's 10:50, 11:50, 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, 3:50, or maybe 4 o'clock, because that's when we end it today. So if you are joining us, please bring your task. And for those that are writing, if you have any time writer's block, please, you can just put it, so we chat and chat about what you are writing. That doesn't mean that you're going to disclose everything you are writing. So maybe sharing it with others may help you unblock that should I say, what is stopping you from completing your work. So you can chat here. If you're a student and you are struggling to get a very good grade, then you can put it in the chat and let's talk about it, because there is a strategy for you to use. And now they use this word, they call it, yeah, they say it's organic, you know. It's not the one that will be done by AI. It's not the one that you use smartphone and the rest of them to ace it. I mean, you achieving your aim just by your own strength. So we'll be talking about how to study how to improve your grade, how to be a good student is very important. So if you haven't been joining us, as you join today, please introduce yourself. I want to hear your name, hear what you're working on. If you have like 3 tasks, you can just put 1 through 3 tasks. When you achieve 1, you say 1 achieved. When you achieve 2, you say 2 achieved, and that's okay. And for those that are researchers, you have a lot to do. I have a friend that I really wish that she can join, but she said, oh, she goes to work in the morning every day, 9 to 5 job, what it looks like. And if you are such that is struggling, maybe you can just put it down here. I'll help you plan. So those your days off, you will use it to join me. When you join me here, you see how much you achieve. Because for me also, I'm not just only a researcher. I am a researcher, and I am a writer, and I have children. I have other jobs also doing, because I need to pay my bills too. So there are so many things that if I need excuse why I shouldn't work, I have a million of it. But using this space, it makes things quite easier for me. It makes me achieve my goal. I can still write, I can still do my research, I can still do my conferences, and publish papers. That is something that every person that is in academics wants to do. So it's good that you plan your day. So as you're planning your day, you are planning your work. You have so much work. Please plan your rest. From this morning, as you're leaving your house, you already know how long you're going to work today. You say, okay, I'm going. If you're a driver, let's just take driving, because those ones, they normally work for themselves, and they tend to should I say, they'll think, oh, I'll have more rest, but you see that they don't have much more rest that way. So as they are going out, they know, okay, I'll be driving for 2 hours, I'll be driving for 3 hours. Please, as you are planning that drive, put and pin the times that you are going to rest. Is very important. If you are studying, more important is your rest than you can imagine. You should schedule your rest from the start, from the get-go. Like now, I've just mentioned all the time I will have to take my eyes off the work I'm doing today, because I'll be preparing a paper and I'll be writing on a book. So those are the 2 things I want to do today. They are a lot, and that's enough for today. So I've already planned my rest. If you are going to office, then plan your rest. If you are the type that doesn't know if they have breaks in your workplace, please, you need to talk to your first line manager and know when you should take your rest. Because when you rest, your brain gains the clarity it needs. That clarity is like a reset button that helps you to see what has been beclouded because of busyness. And you need to eat, and eating good food is the fuel to your brain. Your brain is not going to take the fuel from the filling station like your cars does. It's not going to take electricity like your computer does. But your brain also needs energy to work. So you need to eat, and eat well. You will need to rest, and you need to be present in your rest also. That is just it. So as we are starting, we start once it's 10 minutes after 10, and that is the introduction. Remember, this Pomodoro section works 50-10, 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful rest. So during the mindful rest, I will encourage you to be present in your rest. If you are going to take a walk, if you are going to be sitting here to listen to the chat, if you are going to be meditating or praying, please be present and listen to your body during that time. That is self-care. It takes a wise man to know when to rest. It takes a wise man to rest. Many people will say, oh, he's always resting. Rest is a luxury to so many people. But have you asked yourself, were you born to only pay bills? Were you born to only be struggling? No, you need rest. Even God that created the heaven and earth as big as it is, he took rest. So, and he commanded rest. And I know that many religions, they command rest. Even in Muslim, I heard that, yes, that they were also said, they were also told to rest because they need to protect themselves from the devil out there. So you need to rest. And when you rest at work, you see yourself performing better. You will improve your productivity, and you will see yourself having clarity of purpose. Most people made unnecessary mistakes because they did not take rest. and most people did not achieve their aim because at the end of the day they broke down working. So this morning, as you're leaving your house, as you're at work now, please schedule your rest, put the time for your rest. So it's the time for us to start. And when you see us, if you are here now or you have passed before, you see this space open and busy, then you know it's the deep work time. And when we are chatting, it's the break time. That is just how it works. And I wish you a very productive 40 minutes. Now then, remember that break will happen every 50 minutes on top of the time. That's 10:50, 11:50, 12:50, 1:50, 2:50, and then the last one should be before we close. So thank you for being here with me, and please invite others to join. This space is a place that we should all endeavor to be, because it will help us to plan our day, to help us to gain productivity without pressure. So it's time for our mindful break now. This is 10:50. So this is the break time. Is time for you to take your break. And taking your break means it's time for you to rest, it's time for you to walk around, it's time for you to stretch, to meditate. If you have come to the table with your healthy fruit, with your healthy snacks, with water, with drink, please enjoy that. And this is the time for you to be present in your rest. Rest is very important, and I've been researching about rest and knowing why people don't think that rest is important. You see, is something that is psychological, is something that the society has made us to believe that it's only those that are doing that are beautiful, those that are doing are the most successful people, so they keep working. But you should ask yourself, don't they also rest? They rest, because rest is human. Rest is something that we need as human beings to recover. If you have been working, if you are doing anything, maybe you have been exhausted or you are tired, you are stressed, you will need rest. If you keep working from morning till night, one day you are going to break down. So that is not what you want. So rest is very important, and it's a high time that we know that rest is not idleness. Idleness is quite different from resting. So somebody being idle every day and say I'm resting, that is not rest, because it's not intentional, it's not with purpose. That doesn't have purpose. So if you must rest, it's time for you to know the purpose of your rest, and the purpose of your rest is for you to gain clarity, for you to recover your energy, for you to should I say even your cell, your body, so it will recover, it will come back to the right the optimum condition to work. So rest is important. So plan your rest, schedule your rest. The best time to rest, I put it up as a post one time, and somebody said the best time to rest. I was just asking a question. I said, when is the best time to rest? Is it when you are exhausted, when you are tired, when you're exhausted, or you just let me know when you think is the best time to rest? I could read people say, no, the best time to rest is when you are tired. The best time to rest is when you're exhausted. And that has been the mentality from beginning till now. So many people believe they should only rest when they are tired, they should only rest when they are exhausted. But I'm here to say it is not right. Because once you are tired already, you're exhausted, you're already beyond, should I say, you have crossed that mark down that you need to recover first before you start working. You can still rest then, but the best time to rest is when you are not yet exhausted, when you are not yet too tired. There is a time, if you are somebody that works hard, one day you see yourself, when you are working, you've worked too much, you find it difficult to even rest. You find it difficult, your whole body will be painful, something you'll see. It's not the best time to rest. Your body will tell you that yes, you've already exhausted yourself, you have already stressed yourself chronically, that it takes time to recover before you come back to your optimum condition to work. So the best time to rest is when you are not yet exhausted. And how do you know this best time? Is for you to plan your rest. You need to plan it. You need to fix time to eat. You need to time your working and time your rest. Is very important. So don't take your rest for granted. Don't think, because there is still a little work to do, a little more, you keep going, a little more. That is how little more, especially in this country that I am in. So many people, especially African, those of African descent, they will be doing a little more. Before you know it, the person is exhausted. They are looking so haggard. They are looking so. At a time, I was asking myself, were you even just giving birth to come and be paying bills? No. Take your time and look at yourself. Take your time and take care of yourself. Take your time and rest. Rest is very important. Is commanded. Take that time off rest. Even if, see, that means like that if you have 7 days of work, you should take 1 out of it to rest. That means 70. If you have 70 days, you should have at least 10 days of rest from it. If you have 30 days, you should already know that yes, you should have at least 4 days or so out of that to rest. So pick time out to rest. It's very important. And rest is not all about just sleeping. There are so many things that burdens people that are not what they are doing with their hands. It's not the work that they are doing. So you need to rest physically, you need to rest emotionally, you need to rest psychologically, socially. You should rest. These are the areas you should look into. Maybe I will talk about that today, so you know in what area you are burdened. It's not just the work you are doing that is giving you the stress. Most times it is what we are bearing psychologically, it's what we are bearing socially. You are in a difficult relationship, you are in a difficult, maybe even in your family, you are not finding it easy. Psychologically, you are just holding on. You don't want people to say this, you don't want it to hear that, and you keep holding yourself. There are so many things that burdens you, man, that you need rest. Which is why Christ said, all you that are heavy laden, come and I will give you rest. He's not talking about those that are putting 200 kg of bag on their head. No. There are so many things that you need rest from. If you are working, especially, you need physical rest. Which means physical rest, it can be the one you just sleep, it can be the one you just rest and stretch your muscles, it can be active, that you go and take a walk in the park. I think I've spoken about that before. It's very important that you interact with nature. It's very important that you go around the park if you have places, and that will be my campaign, and I hope so many people will join. That houses in town, houses in big cities, they should have park, they should have where they can interact with nature, they should have forest. Let's just call it what it is, because there you have clean air, there you can interact with nature, you see water, and that is restorative, that is healing. So you take rest in such places. So there are so many kinds of rest that you need, and you need to look into yourself and say, okay, which one of these, which area in my life do I need rest? But physically, if you are working, you should get rest. It's very important. Get rest. If you are working, schedule your rest in the morning before you leave. If you are doing night job, you schedule your rest. Know when you should take that break, and take your break serious. If you are working in the morning, you have 9 to 5 job. You have 9 to 5 job. You calculate how many hours. If you are working up to 6 hours, make sure you get at least 40 minutes of rest. That is not, it's not luxury, it's not being idle, it's you being human, it's you taking care of yourself, it's you being restored, you know. And for students, you don't take it for granted. Your rest is as important as your study time. Your rest is as important, your sleep is as important as your study time. Because if you keep reading, and you are not resting, you are not giving your brain the time to process what you have read. That is why the time you went into that exam, you are confused. It's because you are not resting. If you are not resting, definitely you are going to get confused when it gets to exam. So your rest is as important as your study time. So when you are studying, you fix time for rest and block that time, and make sure that nothing takes you away from that rest. You are going to study for 3 hours. Then make sure that you are taking at least 30 minutes of that 3 hours to rest, or after that 3 hours to rest. If you are going to study for 6 hours, you know, if you have a full-time student, you're expected to study at least for some hours. That includes your time of rest. Nobody will ever tell you to sit down there and keep going on and on and on. And you see all those people that are also in the laboratory, there should be a time of rest. Take out time to rest before you start making mistakes, silly mistakes. Mistakes that you look at yourself when you get yourself, say, did I do this? Did I say this? So it's time for you to start scheduling your rest and take it seriously. So you take your physical rest serious, you take your mental rest serious, you take your psychological rest serious, you take your social rest serious. If you're in the midst of those that are pressuring you, take a rest, take a time off. You don't deserve that. We have just but a little time here on earth. Please enjoy it. Give yourself rest, give yourself food and work. When you are planning your work, plan the time for work, plan the time for rest, plan the time for you to eat. So we are back to our deep work time, which is another 15 minutes. This is 11 a.m. So in the next 15 minutes, we'll be doing our deep work. So we focus on our job, and we'll also be speaking again once 11:50. So if you have anything that you want us to discuss concerning your studies that you need to improve, maybe you need to ask question on how you're writing, you have writer's block also, it's good. So just join us here and let's do our job and see how much we can achieve in 50 minutes.
Narrator dialog. Skip for now. Button. Alt and S. Great reset. Scan mode. 3 of 30. Quick set. Access. Magnifier. Top. Narrate. Exiting narrator.
it's all past our time. Yeah. So for those that are with us, um, yeah. So it's our break time. It's 11:54. So we have like 6 minutes to be back. 6 minutes. Let me see where we are. So let's talk about we taking break. Yeah. For those that are with us today, I believe you have been achieving your aim. You've been working and yeah, making progress, achieving what you want to achieve. So let's talk about the different kinds of rest, the rest that we need, the rest that our body need, and to also classify it. Sorry, that rest is something very important in productivity and in our lives. Rest is not just you being inactive. Being inactive is different from you having rest. So we need to clarify that yes, rest is not inactive. It's not being idle. You being idle doesn't mean that you are resting. You might be idle and you are not resting. You might be resting and your rest is to renew your strength, is to renew your clarity, is to renew your life, is just important. But idleness doesn't mean rest, and rest is not just being inactive, because some people, they might be inactive and they are still troubled, they are still struggling, they still have a lot that is troubling them. So it's not all about you just lying down on the bed or you sitting down and not doing anything, but you must be present in your rest. There is need for you to be present in your rest. So rest is something that you need to incorporate into your day-to-day activities. It's something that you must implement in your life. It's something that you must work towards, to plan your rest, to always rest, to always implement it, always put it as part of your life, as part of your work life, because without resting, the probability of you not working for a very long time in life is there, and breaking down and being confused, being less productive. So that is what lack of rest can cause, and it will lead to exhaustion. It will lead to you being, should I say, stress, and chronic stress. You know what it can do to someone's health. So it's not something that you want to be part of. So it's just good that at this point in time you look at yourself and schedule your rest and say, oh, I need rest, and it's important for you to rest. It's important for you to take a break. It's important. Take a break when you have to take a break. When the break presents itself, maybe you have gone to a place that they are working and they say, okay, this is the break time. Make sure that you take that rest. It's important. Don't think that, oh, it's a luxury. It's not a luxury. Okay, let's just clarify that also. Rest is not a luxury. It's not a payment for doing any work. It's not a payment. It's just what your body needs. Just like your body needs food. You wouldn't say, okay, you are eating because you have worked. No, it doesn't work that way. If it was that way, then something is wrong. Because you eat because you are hungry. You eat because your body needs it. You eat because, yes, you need food. So you rest also because your body needs it. You rest because your body wants to, you need to work longer. You need the clarity. You rest not because you have worked. You rest not because you deserve it, you know. But yes, rest is something that is part of your life. It's part of being human. It's part of you being productive. It's not something you say, oh, I have worked too much, so I deserve rest. Even if you didn't work that too much, it's just good that you schedule your rest each time. Just put it that, yes, this is the time for me to rest. And what type of rest do you need? You need physical rest, and physical rest, that include your sleep. So it restore your energy, to restore your, it will repair your cells. Some of us, you see some people, they are looking far older than their age. Yeah, it might be sickness, it might be because of stress. but take care of your body and you will last longer. Because no matter how strong your spirit is, no matter how strong you are a religious person and you've been praying, if your body, if this container is not strong enough, then you will have problem. So rest, because it's going to repair your tissues. It will help your brain to process information. It will help your brain to store information. It will help you to repair the damaged tissues in your body. It will restore your strength. That is what physical rest does. And physical rest is all about you taking a nap, sleeping, and maybe just lying on the bed and trying to sleep. So that is what rest does. And you can do physical rest passively, or you can do it actively. For you to do it passively, that involves like sitting down, lying down, resting your muscles. You just rest. You know, they say okay, you should study your breathing. So during that time you are resting physically. And you can do that also actively by taking a walk in the park, gentle exercise, doing things that are slow. You know, in this fast-paced world that we are in now, there is need for you to do some things that are slow too. So you read, you try to do gentle exercise, walk around. Those things are things that will help you strengthen your muscle, things that will help you clear your mind. So it's important. And another one is to take a mental rest. A mental rest is very important, especially for writers, for researchers. For researchers, for writers, mental rest is very important. We've come to the end of this break time, but let me just take 1 minute to bring this mental rest. You know, some people think it's only when you are sleeping, when you put your hands. Sleeping is part of taking a mental rest, but if you are always thinking, you're always processing, you are always analyzing, you are constantly, you are thinking, you have so much things in your mind, so much information, you will have mental exhaustion one day. Your mental drain, it will drain your energy mentally. So you will need to give your brain rest. You will need to take a mental break. Take short breaks from work, take short breaks from the screen, take short breaks. They are important to your health, they're important to your mental clarity. Practice mindfulness. If you're a spiritual person, you can pray, you can meditate, you can practice mindfulness. It makes you to be present within yourself, it makes you to be present within your rest time. Is very important. So you do simple things that stimulates that is low stimulating. If you want a mental rest, you don't come out from analyzing. You have been thinking, high power thinking one day, and now you say okay, you want to rest, then you enter into another thinking. No, you give yourself a little break from mental stress, so you will gain your clarity back. Especially for those that are writers, researchers, they have a lot thinking. You know, even when you drop it in the lab, you drop it in the library, you drop it on the desk, you come home, you still see your mind going through it. So sometimes you need that mental break, which is very important. So let's go back to our work time and let's do the sprint time and see how much we do in this 48 minutes. So we'll be coming back again to speak once it's 12:50. It's time for our break again. This is the break time, and welcome to the break. So it's time for you to go on your mindful break. So we have 10 minutes of break, and this time you can stand, stretch. This is 1 p.m. so it's time for you to stretch. You've been sitting for at least 3 hours, so that's it. So let's talk about the rest that we need and why you need to rest. We have been talking about being productive every day. Everybody wants to be productive. We want to grow in our work. We want to get promoted. We want to be an expert in what we are doing. We want to earn money. Let's not shy away from that. We want to move forward in life, and those things are the things that involve works, a lot of work and work and work. So you work, after working you keep working. So let's talk about being productive because you rested. So it sounds so should I say, to so many people, they don't think that rest is part of you being productive. They think, oh, when you are resting, everything pauses. When you rest, everything stops. When you rest, that means you are not working. When you rest, things will not be going forward as they ought to. But the thing that we haven't been told, or we are not told when we are learning, when you went to school, they always tell you, oh, it's time to read, it's time to go to class. It was only in primary school, actually, and in secondary school, that we are told this is the break time. And most times the break time, they used the break time for lunch. So break is all about either you are eating or you are idling about, but it's not what we ought to learn. We should learn that break time, rest time is part of you being productive. It's very important in your productivity, because in every achievement that you want to gain in life, in everything that you want to be in life, you as a person is the most important factor. Because we have factors, once you ask somebody, why didn't you do well, or why did you do well, so they will be bringing out factors why they did well. But most times they won't add rest, and most times they won't remember that yes, them being alive and them being there is the most important aspect of their productivity. So I want you to bear that in mind from today, that the most important factor in your success in life is you. So take care of you, take care of yourself. Don't trade it for anything. Don't think, well, let me do a little more work. Okay, I say, let me just do 2 minutes instead of resting, that you're doing yourself a service. No, you are doing yourself a lot of disservice. So when you are tired, rest. When you are exhausted, you need recovery. So take time out and recover. If you have been on, let's just say, emergency situation, because we know it happens, and if you have been interrupted, maybe it wasn't planned, and you see yourself, you are working, because if you did not do it, things is going to go out of hand. So get out of hand. So what you do is to take time off and relax. That is why we have leave. Some people, they will take their sick leave. You can take your annual leave. Those times you take it to rest. Is very important. So rest, and it's not just rest from physical work, like I said. You can rest from many other things, like mental rest. You can have emotional rest. They are very important. Social rest also. So we are talking about mental rest before the end of the last break. Mental rest, sometimes people keep thinking you are worried, or you keep thinking, let's just say you are using your brain to work. You are an analyst, you are doing analysis, you are researching, you are writing. So it takes a lot of mental power to do that, and you can't run like that for a very long time. No matter what you think you are, is going to break down. You're going to have a mental breakdown. You're going to have mental block. You are going to have so many things goes on and goes wrong. While we are in second, I think that was my undergraduate, you'll be hearing people had brain fog. You see people that were writing an exam and they will start screaming and they will run, and that is just it. And some people, they will be writing an exam, they will be in the exam hall, they will fall sick, they will land in the hospital. So you need mental rest also. So if you have been through exam situation, which means you have been tasked mentally, so you need to take time off and do things that are less stimulating to your brain, things that will help your brain to relax. So you need to rest. Take rest is very important, is very necessary for your productivity. If you don't take rest, your body is going to take that rest, and once you start taking unplanned rest, things will start going the wrong way, because now you are already too exhausted. You think you are still working but you are distracted. You think you are still working but your mind is clogged. You think you are still working but you are not thinking straight. That is why you see people, they will make mistakes with medication, they will make mistake in writing, they will make mistake in things that they are doing that they ought not to do, because they were tired. So if you are the type that like extra job, you keep going for the extra every time, you want the extra. Hi, Home of Beauty, you're welcome, you're welcome, thank you for being here. So if you are the type that keeps going and going and going, that is not the way to go when it comes to work. Stillness is superpower. Sometimes you need to be still and enjoy your own company. You need to be still to look into yourself, to know how you are doing. When last did you ask yourself, how am I doing? I mean, internally, you look at your body physically. Are you healthy? You look at your mental health. Yes, you have clarity of mind. You are sound. Have you asked yourself, how are you doing? Sorry. We always, after other people, will ask them, how are you doing? How are you today? Have you looked at yourself to know how you are doing? So you need rest. Before you go out in the morning, plan that rest, take that rest, take it serious, and be present in that rest. Be still. Sometimes stillness is power, especially in this age that we have everything that is going on ultra speed. We have ultra moving machines, we have super moving, so much. Even food, we have ultra fast food, you know, ultra processed food. You don't need to cook, you just put it in, it will microwave, you bring it out, you just need to pop it in. Things will go so fast, and people are going to school, they don't even know why they went to school. They just go in, they are out, things are just too fast. It's time that you ask yourself, where am I running to? Is this healthy for me mentally? Is it healthy for me physically? Is it healthy for me emotionally? If you're in a space that they are putting stress on you, they are putting pressure on you, it's time you step out, step aside, take a step back, and listen to yourself so you can think. Gain clarity of mind by resting, by taking a walk in the park, by doing slow activities like gardening, by doing slow activities like using pen and paper to write. You're getting slow activities just by taking books. You know, you take books unlike, you know, when you are reading using, if you are reading a book on internet, if you are reading a book online, you can just scroll through it. It's very fast. You can fast forward even, you know. Some people, they will fast forward, they just want to know what happened at the end of it, they'll fast forward. But if you are reading physical book, you open it one after the other. There is no fast forward in reading book, and your brain is going to take things easy. Your brain is going to process the information. You're teaching your brain to process information. You're teaching your brain to think deeply. So you open the books and you read. You can do puzzles. It's very important that you give your brain things that stimulate your brain, that makes your brain to think. But if you have been somebody that works with your brain, is always stimulated, then you do slow things that will give you less stimulation. So you have a mental break. Take a step out, take a step away from that work and rest. Your rest is very important. I can't emphasize it enough. I must tell you, I can't emphasize your rest enough. You can't say, oh, that this rest, if you're resting, you know, some people, if you go, I remember back home, some people will come to work. For some people, they will think, oh, you must work, you don't need rest, you can't eat. If they don't eat, they won't work well. If they are not resting, they won't work well. We know that some people are tricky, but the thing is that they need rest. As humans, we humans, we need rest. So rest. When it is time for you to rest, rest. You don't need to keep going on and on and on and on. When you keep going on and on, that is just how you see yourself break down, and your body is going to take that rest. Or you will cause yourself problem that the money you covered within that short amount of time won't be able to pay. So what is the gain? So it takes a very wise man to know that you should rest. Money doesn't run away. If you rest and come back, you make it. If you rest and come back, you have the clarity of mind to get what you want. If you rest and come back, you have the clarity of mind to uh, to pursue what you are pursuing. But if you don't have that clarity of mind, you are trying to achieve it, you are trying to do this, you are trying to do that, before you know it, that is just it. That's how things work and work against you. You have made a mistake and you might be sacked because you were tired. Take rest. So we are back to work now. This is 1 p.m. So let's see how much we can achieve.
On this one. 30 straight in 5 with me now. 35 pound and 35 will till that.
Who sent this one now? Wow. Something is wrong with this system, really. So slow, jeez. Everything has blocked, God. So it's our break time now. It's time for us to rest. Yeah, no matter the state of the work or the stage of the work you are in, it's time for you to take your mindful rest. It's time for you to take a break. So let's discuss the rest. Discuss our rest. Yeah, it's very important that you remember that you're a human being, that your mind needs the rest to gain clarity, and that your mind also will need food to eat. So within this time I'll be taking a break to go and eat. I mean proper food, not just snacking, you know. So it's very important that you remember to eat. It's very important that you remember to rest. These two things are very important as part of your work life. It's very important. Don't forget to rest. Don't forget to eat. Don't forget that you are human. So we are talking about the areas of stress, the areas that we need rest, because in any area that you are working, then you will need rest. But that doesn't mean that rest is a reward for working, which means you can also still need rest even if you did not work, but it's something that is intentional. But if you're always not working, that might mean idleness, not just rest. So let's look at what rest is. Rest is needed. It's not just being idle. Rest is something that every human being should make out time for. So don't be the type that will always say, oh, that they are resting is because they already have enough money. They are resting is because they don't have work to do. They are resting. You know, so many people, they think that rest is a luxury, and some other people, they think rest is laziness, that those that are resting, that they are lazy. And let me tell you, you see those, when you go to a group, you see some people, they are always very careful. They are even dodging. They don't want to do some works, and you think, okay, let me just do it. As you're doing it, yeah, I didn't say you shouldn't do it, but don't do too much that is now affecting your health. If it is meant for a group, make the group to do the work. That is what teamwork is all about. I was chatting with someone that was about 2 days or 3 days ago. Oh, she was saying, I hate teamwork. But there is nothing to hate about teamwork. Teamwork is very beautiful. It's something that you should love, because there everybody bring their own strength, everybody bring their own expertise, everybody bring the area that they are good at to make the team work. Because if you are good in logic, the other person is good at seeing the mistakes, the other person is good in typing and seeing the sentence structure, then you see that at the end the work will come out perfect, or even like if it's not perfect, good. But people will not say they like teamwork if they have been in a team that many people will leave the job for one person. They will leave it for one person to do, so every other person will share from the glory. That is wrong. So put your boundary very straight. If it is something that you have to do in a team, learn to work in a team. And how do you work in a team? How best to work in a team is for you to know the goal. What is the objective of this team? Why did we establish it? And who are in the team? So you identify the strengths of each and every person and assign them their job. Is very important. So you can borrow people's hand and also excel. I can still remember I chose a course, it was a model that I didn't know well. It was in engineering, and I never did that. I didn't have any good foundation on it. But yes, I knew that yes, I could do the presentation very well, and I knew that I could organize, and so I chose the area of my strength. At the end, we all made the course, we all made it. It was very good. It was entertaining, because most of the people I was working with, they were like, oh, I'm not good at presenting, I'm not good. I said, okay, I will do those ones because I'm not good in the core subject. And it wasn't something to be proud of, but yes, I knew my strengths. So if you're in a group, choose where your strength is. Don't allow others to carry the burden. That is why they will say, oh, I don't like working in a group. Is because they think group work, that people are going to leave the job for them. And please don't allow yourself to go through pressure. If you're in a group and they are not contributing, and it's something that you know is going to stress you, can just go and look at and talk to your teacher, or talk to the tutor, whoever that assigned the job to you. Don't stress. A little stress is good, but chronic stress is bad. So don't go through chronic stress. Don't go through exhaustion Rest before you are exhausted. That is the best time to rest, and make sure that you are taking care of yourself during your rest. Ask yourself, how are you doing? Call yourself by name. How are you doing? And look at your mental health. Look at your physical health. Look at how tired or how energetic you are. Ask yourself that thing you can ask to another person. So, how are you doing today? Oh, are you struggling with this job? Can you ask yourself the same question? Because you're a human being. But most of us, we think, oh, we keep going, we keep neglecting ourselves. No, rest is important. So choose rest. You choose physical rest. If you are doing any job, take time to rest. Take time out of that job. Step out, step away from that job and rest. Another type of rest you should take is mental rest, especially if you are a researcher. If you are handling so much work, you are doing a lot of thinking, you are doing a lot of analysis, you have so much doing with your brain. Please take a mental break. Sometimes you just take it maybe 30 minutes to go and clear your mind. Go walk through the park, do something slow, do gardening. Those things, they will help you bring back clarity to your mind. Is very important. Another break that you should take is emotional rest. Most of us are not stressed by the work we are doing. It's not the work that we are doing with our hands that is stressing us. So if you are stressed emotionally, if you have been holding on, you don't want to be your true self, it's time that you talk honestly about your feeling. You can find someone, even a child, and say it out. That will give you the rest. It will take out the burden, because the burden many people bear are not just the burden of physical burden that we see. Oh, that person is working too much. Oh, whenever you see her or him, he's at work, he goes 5 days or 6 days to work. Oh, he's carrying a heavy burden. You see, most of the ones that break people down, they might be emotional, they might be mental, they might be social stress. So if you are stressed emotionally, it's time that you take break emotionally. And how do you take break? Let yourself loose. Let yourself go. Let yourself go. Sometimes you are human. Spend time with people that will not require any acting. You know, so many people, they are acting every day, they are acting every minute, and that is tiring. You don't want them to see you as being rude. You don't want them to see you as being uncultured. Please, can you try as much as possible to be yourself for once? Put that burden down and rest. Take a break. Take a break from that acting. Take a break from that thing that is draining you emotionally. Take a break. You suffer at home or whatever that is going on, and you come out, you are smiling. You come out, you want people to see that yes, you have a very. Take a break. Be you for once. Relax. And when you take that break, you see that yes, you just breathe down and everything will, you see as if the load has been taken off you. So take a mental break, take emotional break, and also remember to take social break, especially in this age and time that people are something else. They want to put all their burdens on you. They want you to feel little. They want you to feel pressure. Take a break from them. Take a rest. So I'll be pausing for like 5 minutes now to go for a break, and I'll be seeing you. So remember to start up again once it's 2 p.m. So start up again and let's continue and see how much you can achieve. So we've come to the end of this section. This is another time of rest. This is another break time, so be mindful in taking your rest and in taking your break time. So it's time for you to stretch. You can stand, stretch, and look around, watch and look through your window. You can just look a little far if you've been working on your screen. If you've been looking at the screen for more than 30 minutes, it's time for you to stand up, stretch, and look through your window. You can go out for a walk and try to look further ahead to see how much you can see from things that are far. That is how to adjust your sight. Is very important, because screen will make you to be looking at things that are very near to you, and it might affect your sight in a long run. So it's good that you adjust it by looking around in the natural environment. Just look at fast to see how far you can see. And please take your rest serious. I don't know how to say it, and people will take it serious. It's time that you start remembering that you are the most important thing, the most important factor in your own productivity. So you must take rest. You must rest. Is very important. That is how you are going to renew your energy. That is how you are going to get healthy. That is how you are going to be productive. You being productive is not dependent on how long you work, but how smart that you work. And now you know that rest is something that makes you feel good. So when you feel good, you are going to work better. So I will employ you to take rest in between job, take rest in between work, before you even start going to that job that you are going to, before you start writing, before you start doing anything. Just plan your rest. You need to schedule that between this time and this time I'll be having rest. And why do you need rest? Because rest is foundation to your energy, to your focus, to your clarity. Rest is very important to your health. Rest is very important to your productivity. So you can't trade it for anything. It's not laziness. Resting is not you being lazy. Resting is not you being idle. Resting is not you being should I say disobedient. You know, some people think, oh, that you always stick to her rest time. Yes, set your boundaries. And then I will talk about social rest, because not every social interaction is good for you. There are some of them that are toxic. Some of them are will put pressure on you. You want to belong. I once went to a church and they invited me to that church. So when I went there, you can't believe what I saw. That is a place of worship. It's a place that we should be happy, that we should be ourselves. That's a place that we should say our mind. But everybody is busy complimenting each other on the bag. Oh, that's, you bought a new baby, you bought a new this, you bought. I mean, when you look at those bags and the shoes, oh dear Lord, that is not what I want to be buying every Sunday, which means I will need to work hard to get one. Maybe I will be attending church maybe once in 6 months. Well, I'm not them. If I'm blessed to buy such, I don't know if I will do that, but I have other things that I can do with money. There are people suffering that they need food, they need the basic amenities. What is human actually if we keep going through those? I'm not a fashionista, I'm not a model, so why should I need those things? So but if that is what makes you happy, you go for it. But I mean, being in a social group that you are pressured is not good for your mental health. It's not good for yourself. So you take yourself out of that place. You have your leg. You can always say no. Learn to say no is very empowering. You can just practice it maybe today. Try to, when they ask you anything, just say no. Are you coming today? No. Are you going to see how empowering it is? It is empowering for you to be able to say no. So if you are in a place, maybe in a relationship, you have your parents, you have your siblings, you have people around you that they are not giving you peace, you can actually look for a place that you can be yourself and get the peace that you need. That means you should also look at yourself and see if you are the enemy of your own self, because they might be saying things that actually are not their own fault, that they are looking out for you. So look out for those things and see how you can give yourself peace. It's very important, and give yourself rest. Because it's not just taking rest from work, it's not just you being idle that is resting, but you need rest on every side. You need rest physically. That means sleeping, taking a slow walk and resting, sitting down, stretching your muscles. So that is rest also. You need rest emotionally. If you're emotionally burdened, you keep acting drama every day. I mean, dramatic and you have a lot of burden in your heart that you are not resting, you want to they make you to become something you are not, you act every day so people would not know what you are going through, they wouldn't say this about you, then it's time that you talk about your feelings freely and truthfully. Be truthful to yourself, so keep that burden down and get the rest that you need. You also might need rest mentally. If you have been working, you use your mind too much, like for us now, you think a lot, you are trying to write, you're trying to analyze, you're trying to research. It's a lot of mental power that you use in doing that, and it's not easier than somebody that is farming. You know, those that are farming, they sweat, they will come back, but you know, theirs is just a measured distance, they will take physical rest. But if you're an academic, you are a researcher, you are a student, you will be reading and reading and reading, you are using your mental strength, so you will need rest, you need mental break also. So you take a break and separate yourself from that work, step aside, just step away from that work for some time, and you are going to gain the mental clarity that you need. Is very important, especially for those writers. If you're having mental block, you know, so many people, if you are a singer, those artists that use their skill, you use your talent, sometimes you'll be struggling because you are into it too much, you haven't taken a break, you haven't taken a rest. So if you have a mental break, it's time you take a rest and do things that are playful, things that are unstructured, things that make you feel free. And when you are free, you start thinking. When you are free of those things that are putting you in a box, that have put you in a wall, you see yourself thinking. You even find inspiration to sing again. You find inspiration, or things maybe you've been writing at a time. There is one place you wrote that you don't know how to continue. You're telling a story. You are writing a novel, or you are writing your own autograph. You're writing those things, and now you are having mental block. It means that yes, you have been on this for a long time. Take a break, step away from it, and go through nature, interact with nature, do things that are not structured, things that are playful, things that makes you feel free. And once you start being free, when you start feeling free, the weight is down, then the mental clarity will come. You see yourself, it will be like, oh, I think I should go this way, and things will start flowing again. So continuing to work and work and work might not be the best for you. It's not how long you work, but how smart are you working. So you need to find a better way of working. If you have been working in the office, you need to find a better way of working. If you've been reading, find a better way of reading. If you have been studying, find a better way of studying. Because it's not just doing it, it's not just you sitting and writing, it's not just you sitting. If it is just writing that will make you successful, why don't you just take pen and take paper and just be script? It will make you, but that is not it. You need to learn how to do it in a smart way. You need to learn how to study in a smart way. You need to learn how to work. I mean, if you are doing your research, you need to get that done in a smart way so you don't break down. And the first thing you should do is to calculate that yes, for you to do this as a human being, that you are the best and the most important part of this success story. So you take care of yourself, which means before you start that job, if you are a religious person, you should pray and get yourself attached to something bigger than you, know, something that you can always read, somebody, or the God that you can rely on. If you are meditative, meditate to put your spirit in a very calm space, in a very peaceful space. And then you have to schedule your work. You plan your work. You are going to put it in time blocks. Then you go forward from time blocking to adding your rest. You do it like it matters. You factor it in. You write it down. When you write down the works, then again you need to factor in your eating. Take care of your food. Know what you eat, and eat healthy, eat well. There is nothing, you can't substitute good food for anything in life. It is not just the nutrient. If it is just the nutrient, you can just go and buy you buy paracetamol, you buy, what do you call those ones, you buy okay, let me just solve their puzzles. Oh dear. I can't even hear anything. What are they saying? Why is this doing this? Oh dear, what is wrong with them? That are similar. I've seen anything similar there now. That's been silly and stupid, really. Okay. Okay, finally it's opened. Yeah, that's just how that one works, and sometimes it's really distracting, you know. Okay, this is our sprint time again, so we'll be working from now till 4, and after 4 I'll be wrapping it up for the day. So if you have been here with me, I want to encourage you this week, make sure that you schedule your rest as much as you schedule your work. So if you have plans for work, have plans for rest, have plans for food, don't trade it for anything. These 3 things, the rest, the food, and the work, that is what will keep you, is going to keep you healthy and keep your dignity in place. You know, we work for dignity, we work to pay the bills, we work to be, should I say, responsible. But you need to rest to take care of yourself. You need to rest to be healthy. Also, you need to rest to renew your energy. But food is very important, so take food and take your rest serious. So at the end of this section, I'll be opening up another account where we learn about the features of Microsoft Word. So today we'll be looking at the referencing, and it's very important. So if you're a student, if you're a researcher, just join it. It might not come back easily for me to teach it again. So come and learn how to do your table of contents, your list of tables, how to do the cross-referencing and the rest of them. So is very important. So you can use the referencing in Microsoft Word. You can also go as far as importing another referencing software that you can use. So we'll be talking about that. It's going to take a long time, but I'm not going to do it more than 1 hour. Let's work and see how much we can achieve within this. That should be 57 minutes, and we'll wrap up for today. It has been a good day. So it's time for us to end it today. It has been a very beautiful and a lovely 6 hours today. So this is 4 o'clock if you have been with me. So we've worked for 5 hours of deep work and 1 hour of rest. So you see how it works. That is just how we go. That is how it rolls. Every Wednesday and Thursday, if you are joining me here, you will see it go that way. So we start in the morning by 10 a.m. and we end it by 4 p.m. and what do we do is for us to do our work, is for us to focus. We do the deep work and we discuss and chat during the break. So it's very important that you come with your priority task so you can achieve your task while working with us here. And it has been a lovely time. I can see those that visited. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Home of Beauty. I can't thank you enough. Every day you are here. Thank you, Best Mom, and everyone, New Jerusalem, you've been here. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Tariq, for being here. Thank you, and everyone. So remember that you'll be joining us in the next 30 minutes. We'll be starting another one, which is to learn how to use the Microsoft button. So today we'll be looking at that button reference, so you learn how to use those referencing tools, how to put the link, how to use it and make your life easier. That is very important, the referencing in that Microsoft Word. So if you are joining us, come with your laptop, and yeah, I'm not going to be putting it up now. We'll advertise it later when everybody, I'll put it up maybe like a week and see how many people that joins, but we'll do it today like 1 hour to see how long what we can achieve. So it has been a lovely time working with you. Please remember to take your rest. Remember to take a time to eat. Don't just keep working. Eat well, rest well, and then work well. Those three, they are important and they work together. So there is no eating and not working out. You might not be healthy. So you need to work, you need to eat, you need to rest. Rest is very important because you are the most important factor in your own success story. If you want to be successful, then you have to put out time for rest. Rest is very important, so don't take it for granted. If you are there with us, let's know if you were able to achieve your own goals, to achieve your own aim today. And for me, I did the write-up I wanted to do. I did another emergency thing. That's the interruption that comes. I received the mail, so I had to do the corrections they wanted. I've sent that, and also now you can see I'm working on the book that I'm working on. That's, I don't know when that book will be ready. The first one is about 283 pages. That's complete. So the second one is what I'm starting, so I still need to read through them all. So it's a lot and it's quite interesting. It's something that I like to read myself, and I believe other people would like to read it. And also I have also looked at the children's stories that I'm writing, the Rainbow Feast, the Barryland Sheep. So those ones, they are very, I've made the corrections that I need to make. So it has been a very productive, very productive day for me. I don't know for others, and please look out for those books when you see them, and please support this space. When you come to this space next time, just support us and bring your work along, and let's work together. And you chat, you put your chat. If you're a student and you're struggling with your lessons, you're struggling to make your results good, you're struggling to improve your grade, then join us here and see how your grade improves. It's not magic, it's something that has been proven, so it can work. And another thing is that if you are a researcher and you are struggling with your deadline, you have so much to do, please join us here because it's structured. You see yourself achieving those things that you're even thinking, can I ever achieve this? Yes, it's achievable. It's just for you to structure your life and know, okay, between this and this is what I'm doing. The next 1 hour, this is what I'm doing. The next 2 hours, this is what I'm doing. That is very important because without clarity, it will be hard for you to achieve your goal. You will be stressing because you have too many things at hand. You are juggling between 2 things, you are juggling between 3 things, and that's wastes a lot of time because you'll be paying some compensation moving from one task to the other. But every Wednesday and Thursday, just bring it out to do your academic work, to do your writing, to do your research work. Just join us on this group and let's be accountable to ourselves and to what we have set out to do. Is very important. So thank you everyone that has been with me here. it will be another day also from next week. Next week, remember to join me here Wednesday and Thursday. So it's a fun time, it's a good time to work. Thank you very much for being here, and I appreciate it. So we'll be ending it now to start another one. That's after my 30 minutes break.